Audio test. All right. Yo, what's up, Kirgo? All right, all right. All right, let's see what's going on today. So we finally swept that. We also swept this, right? Yeah, so this doesn't matter because we swept that already. Take a look at the hourly breaker. Yes. 4 hour, no CB yet. Hold up. So yeah, this breaker. Why am I only showing morning com videos? Oh snap, my fault. I put on the wrong tab. There we go. I appreciate that, Wizzy. I wouldn't have noticed if you didn't say anything. Yeah, appreciate that, Trader Green. I did not notice. So, starting off from the top down, on the daily, we could see this hourly, on the hourly, we could see this breaker actually deliver down to 4 standard deviations, which would basically make us retrace from a lot of the work we did yesterday. That's definitely a possibility. Let's delete some of this stuff. It's definitely a possibility because of this 4 hour high that we took. So the original sweepable was here. Here we swept it for the first time, but there was no 1 hour breaker to the downside after we had that sweep. So this wouldn't have been a bullet because there was literally no 1 hour breaker to the downside, so there's no quote unquote bullet on it. You could have taken, I guess, a low probability bullet, which would have been the first 1 hour breaker that shows to the downside after the sweep, which would have been here, and that did deliver already to 4.5, which was here, and then we had the turnaround. So yo, what's up, Clutch? So 4 hour sweep here. Oops, I meant to do that. 4 hour sweep here, like so, with a 1 hour breaker here would be valid per model, which would mean that this high to this low, it's the fib. And so we could see this deliver down to 4.5 standard deviations. Now, this is a pretty crappy breaker in terms of no IFVG, no CB with it. It did close. Oh no, it didn't even close on the first time. It wicked here. So it didn't close on the first time. It wicked. The only thing going for it is that it is an outside candle. So this is a B setup, which means that usually it's almost guaranteed that it is going to go to 2 standard deviations, which puts it right here. That being said, you know, if we get to 2.5 standard deviations and we have more sweepables like to the downside as it prints, depending on the new projections that come out from the lower time frames, then I might see us getting down to the 4 standard deviations. But yeah, that's my immediate thoughts. My immediate thoughts is we're probably going to drop for today just because of what we print pre-market. So yeah, which again, we're back at the Trump breaker and we're dropping back down again. So we'll see what happens there. All right, let's see what else we have. So this is also a 15 CISD, which the sweepable is not yet put in. So nothing to do there. What else? On the 15 we have CISD here. You might be wondering why this is CISD. This is why. So we have low, high, low, higher, high, lower, low. Okay. This is funky looking here, but it is valid. And so between this swing high to this swing low, is there a red candle in between that? Yes. Right here. That's your breaker block on the 5 minute. That's the breaker block on the 5 minute. So yeah, that's the CISD. Delete that for now. I don't need it to actually be on the screen. That probably threw people off. People are like, what the hell? That's a breaker? And no way. I never seen that as a breaker. Yeah, it's a breaker. All right, so we have the 5-minute sweep. 5-minute sweep again. CB. Candle 1, which is literally what I just talked about this morning on my YouTube video for the series. So this would be good for a night review today. Oh yeah, that's my type of breaker right there. Yeah, the ugly ones. What's that Glorilla song? She says she likes them she likes them with a little bit of ugly. Yeah, if you were in the morning, which Wissy, I don't know why you TP a lot early on this. I'm not gonna lie to you. So that's why you already TP on this joint. Yeah, TP on this joint was like 2 standard deviations right here. At least. If not 4, which is right here. Like you could have gotten the house on this. I'm not gonna lie to you. But at the very least 2. At the very least 2. Like that would have been a safe target. Reason why is because this breaker here. Sorry. This breaker is the OG, first of its kind, right? It's a reversal that has nothing to do with anything. But you had, yeah, I know you took the 1-minute breaker. I know. It doesn't change anything. Why did you take that 1-minute breaker? You took the 1-minute breaker because of what happened on the 5-minute structure, right? So you didn't take a 1-minute breaker for a 1-minute breaker. You took a 5-minute breaker because you're looking for the 5-minute expansion. So regardless of why you took this and what the projections were, you're following this right now. So your breaker, sweepable, new breaker here, right? So from here to here, I get a bit of the 5-minute. Yeah, exactly. So the continuation 5-minute play, which is what I teach, this is a reversal breaker, right? This is the continuation breaker. You're following it to the expansion of 2 standard deviations of that, which is inside of 2 standard deviations of that. Now this is again likely gonna go to 4. And the reason I did have the -2 5-minute target, we'll get better at holding 5-minute projections. Yeah, you're learning. You're learning. Don't get me wrong. Like I'm not trying to scold you, but I want you to start seeing the expansions and target accordingly, or know when it is that you can hold these trades for a longer period of time without having fear that it's gonna come back against you. So yeah, so this 5-minute inside of the other 5-minute. So this is valid per my model here, right? This one is not, but this one is valid per my model. So now, what's the grade on this 5-minute break? Well, FVG, yes. CB, yes. Close on the first time, yes. Outside breaker candle, yes. So this is A+, which means that this has a pretty good chance to go to 4 standard deviation. Now, you don't have to hold it to 4 standard deviations. You can. Okay, if you do, it's great. But you don't have to hold it to 4 standard deviations. You can hold it to 2 standard deviations only, and that would be fine. Okay? But with such high grading, it basically guarantees you that you're going to go to 2. Like, almost guarantee you're going to go to 2, at least. At the very least. So that gives you an easy bread and butter setup here to get to that point. All right, let's go to 1 minute real quick. So 1 minute, after the sweep had happened, that's the OG. That's the OG 1 minute. Do we have a reaction at 4? Yeah, to the tick, right? Yeah, 1 tick lower. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, 4. And then where do we go back to? 2, 2.5, hover, do swap one more time, and drop, continue. So 1 minute expands to the 4, pulls back to the 2. Now 5 minute expands down. And so we likely again see 4. We're not seeing it yet, but we likely do go and see it. So yeah, we'll keep an eye on that for sure. All right, and then on the 5, what do we have here? Ugly breaker here, CISD, sweepable there. Close below. I mean, this is just a really ugly breaker, but it is a breaker. Like, this breaker is ugly as hell. Yo, what's up, Anthony? Wait, you took this? This is the one you took? Did you take it from this swing low? Or did you take it from candle 1? Oh, you got a call? Okay. All right. Hold on. CISD was here. Sweepable was here. We just swapped it. This is a valid sweepable. I did not realize that detail earlier. We'll keep an eye on that. Is there a 1 minute break right here? Yeah, there's right there. And it does have a busy. Yeah, so I'll keep an eye out for that as well. That would line up with it taking the highs again. Yeah, what's up, Chance? No, I literally just got on. So I am flat. Yo, what's up, Lucian? I wanted to take the long, but for some reason I hesitated. Hesitation took over. I mean, long is decent, but I really can see us go actually lower today. I can see us drop to about here or here, give or take. somewhere around here. I think this is just a pullback to then go lower again. Do I expect thank God it's Friday? I don't trade. I don't even know what the requirements for TGIF is like at all. Never paid attention to it. I don't think I ever will. So no, I have no clue. I just know that it's like a pullback, like a retracement of like a certain percentage of the week or something like that. But yeah, I mean, I do expect us to drop some just because of because the 1 hour printed a 1 hour breaker here, but it's not super high probability in terms of the 1 hour breaker. So it definitely can just fail, and so that means that this high will then get taken, which would make my target this high, which is the Trump breaker we had, or when he spoke and the chart just melted. Put a Lowe's money sign on it so I don't forget. Lucian, I know you commented on my video, the new one I just dropped this morning. This is an example of literally what I just showed you guys this morning on that video. So when you finish it, go back and study here. You're gonna see the 5-minute breaker right here. Sweepable, swept, swept again. Finally goes down, creates the CB, and we're looking for candle 1. So limit right there, stop loss right there. Drag that across. You get tagged in right here on this high at 425, and then you target standard deviations of the 1 minute that came out of here, as well as the 5-minute standard deviations. So at 2 standard deviations, you made 9.41 R. If you target the standard deviations of the 1 minute, which was this 4 standard deviations here, you made 5.4 R, which is basically what I talked about, how you make about 1.5 times your R. So if you're going to make 2, you typically make 3. If you were going to make 4, you typically make 6, give or take, and so on. But yeah, this was a really good trade for the morning. Yeah, no, just when you finish them, right, then just go back and study this, because then this will be a perfect example that's fresh. You know, it just happened, so it'll be good to study. Okay, the price now swept a bullish sweepable in the 1 hour. See how is it happening at 12? Sweepable in the 1 hour? Let me see. We have see here. This is a sweepable in the 1 hour here, yes. Yeah, that would be this would be a sweepable here in the 1 hour. Not. Yeah, that would be a sweepable in the 1 hour here. But yeah, I'm still flat. I mean, for that sweepable to matter to me, it would have to create this 15-minute breaker up here. Meaning price will have to go all the way back up here and close above this, which I don't know that it will do that yet. So I'm cool to stay flat for now. I really do expect this to go lower for at least a little bit more, but I do have this marked out because this was also a 5-minute sweepable, which means that this 1-minute breaker is valid. But yeah, I'm not trying to front run that, to be honest. Oh, I forgot to check. Is there news today? No news today. Okay, my bad. Hold on. All right. There's so many bearish ESDs and bullish ESDs across different time frames. How do you decide which buys for the day, or will there be a video? Yes, there will be a video about it, Lucian. Yeah, there will be a video about it. The short answer to your question is I use the higher time frames to decide what my bias is. If there is higher time frame framework that's clear. If there's not higher time frame framework that's clear, then I have to what's it called? If the framework is not as clear, then the story changes up a little bit and I have to use the lower time frames, which that's when the market becomes a little bit more complicated to really spot. Not bad. I see the half time goes on the daily or the 1 hour is enough. It just depends, Lucian. It all ties up together, to be honest with you. Like daily will give you a bias for the long term, right? And so let's say we're delivering a daily breaker set of deviations. Well, then now I can expect us to expand to that point. So every retracement that happens on the intraday time frames, like the 4 hour and the 1 hour, I'm expecting them to be aligned to then make shorts valid all over again. So I'm looking for the sweepables on those time frames to get swept so I can then short. So if there's a sweepable that needs to be swapped on the higher time frame to go short, it doesn't mean I can only sell. I can buy to get to that sweepable to then short from that sweepable. So although the higher time frame, the daily is bearish, I can be a buyer in the market seeking liquidity on the highs to then drop further down. So for example, I mean, I literally talked about it on stream yesterday. This 4 hour high is what I was seeking yesterday. Now, admittedly, I mean, I'm quite bearish still, all right? Like the price hasn't really turned around. So I don't know what the turning point will be, but what I did know is that there was a 1 hour sweepable here, which was here. This oh, sorry, not there. There's a 1 hour sweepable here, which was valid per my model. So then you pair that with a 15-minute breaker, which was here. And I literally said on stream that this is going to deliver by the end of the day. And that's the 4.5 standard deviations you see right here that we deliver on this candle right here. That's the last candle of, or that's the highest point of the day right here. 4 standard deviations, literally the highest candle for the 15-minute time frame. So now that we swept that and this got on the 4 hour swept, I'm looking for the 1 hour to tell me if we're going to go down, because 4 hours sweepable with a 1 hour breaker is valid. And we did create a breaker, and that's why I'm bearish for the time being, because I want to see some sort of retracement on price today. Also, we have a 4 hour sweepable now here. Okay. So if we are bullish, then we likely come and sweep this 4 hour sweepable to then continue up higher. We don't have to do this today, especially because it's done the 4 hour. We can leave that for the next 2 weeks here open, just like this was open for the past couple weeks as well. So yeah. Seven, 8, 9, 10. It's right at 10 days, 10 trading days afterwards, which is the highest amount of time I require. So yeah. Hey, baby. You know I'm not muted. Oh, hold on. All right, my bad. I've returned. All right, so a little bit of interesting price action here. Let's go over this current short, and this current short is actually valid, and I'll explain why. I know I put a 5-minute sweepable above it, but this is why. So at the time when price was here, what do we have? So we have where is it? Where's the CIC I was looking at? Is that today? Yeah. Okay. So we have the CIZ, right, across. This high doesn't have a low, so there's nothing. So we're looking for a low, high, low. So we'll get to the bottom. There's a low, but there's no high. So low, still. High. High. Low. So at the time, this was a sweepable on the 5-minute time frame. Okay. When this candle printed up, this candle printed down, this is a swing low. So if we grab the path tool, let's just put it randomly up there. Hopefully that makes sense. It's one candle that did both motions. Now, that would mean that you can take the first breaker that comes out of that to the downside, which was this one. The problem is that same candle eliminated this from being a swing low here. So yes, at the time when this did happen, this was a valid entry that you would have taken on the 1 minute. Okay, it was. But then it became an entry that's probably going to get swept in the future. But that's what we're seeing, this big retracement here. We see I had the question loaded to ask you about this move. I was about to take the 1 minute breaker, then the low got erased. Yes, we see it is valid, but because now that low gets erased, then the high you're working from is now a sweepable. And it's not only just a sweepable, it's the first sweepable from the leg down. So we very likely see this high get taken again. Now, I don't think we're going to see that before this low get taken. Before this low gets taken. We likely see this low get taken first. Then we see that high. Now, I would like for this high to get taken before this low gets taken. And the reason why is because if this low gets taken first, now we would have structure. Where's the thing? Now we would have structure to make a 5-minute breaker to the upside, which would then put me wondering if we are going to start seeing a reversal to then continue up higher, because we have the 1 hour sweepable here. It's a 5-minute, but it's also a 1 hour. This is the end of the breaker that has this as a sweepable. So it would have to, for me to feel comfortable, it would have to essentially sweep that as well. So you have to go down low to the point where it sweeps that as well. And it eliminates the possibility, essentially, of this 5-minute to be good. Because then I only have to consider the 15-minute to the upside, which the 15-minute to the upside still doesn't look good up here. But yeah, up there, right? But now here, this is the problem. This 5-minute sweepable that I have my eyes on, if we sweep below here first, becomes a possible breaker, right? Because it would look like this, right? So it would look like that. So then when we're coming back up to do the sweep above the high that I'm watching to short from, that sweep becomes a potential 15-minute breaker here from a 1 hour sweepable, and it continues the trend that we've been on already, right? Which is literally just buys, buys, buys. So it more likely would become a breaker rather than a sweepable at that point. And that would take us, that would take out, you know, the low probability 1 hour, because this 1 hour is low probability, right? No IFVG, no CB, wicked. It does have an outside candle, but this is a B setup, which means again, 2 standard deviations was likely the most it could get out of that move. So yeah, I would love to see this high get taken first before we go lower. That would be the ideal scenario for me to have a clear mind on what to do. Let me set an alarm on this real quick. All right, while I wait for price to take either the high or the low, let me go on GC real quick. I've been studying GC, and I'm gathering data on it, so I'm trying to see if plays work out or not. You can see I've been studying it because I got hella fibs. Yeah, that already hit 4 standard deviations. Damn, I wasn't on for this. If I would have been on, I actually would have taken this trade. Oh, I forgot to put my stuff up here. NFA. Bias. There he goes. Well, I guess it's not a bias. I guess that's current trade idea. I don't know. All right. Yeah, it's pretty much it. I mean, this is all I'm watching for. I'm watching for nothing else. That's the only thing I would like to see. Now, the one thing I don't like, honestly, being truthful, is this one breaker here on the 1 minute. It's just so nasty looking because of this one candle being just a straight up candle like this. I mean, it's just, it's nasty looking. But you know, we work with what we got, I guess. Yeah, us, if we don't take this low first, then it would really confirm my bias that we're probably gonna drop once we get above here. Like so. We almost just about ran the high on this. Nice. Looks like NQ is going to take the low first before he takes the high. And it looks like GC will probably go up higher right around here, and that's why I put this up here. He did deliver 4 standard deviations of this thing here. So, I mean, technically speaking, it doesn't have to go further, but the OG would be here, which would mean that we would go down here still. So it's still possible. Is that news or something? What's with this candle, bro? Let me open up Truth or whatever the platform is called for Trump. Nah, it wasn't anything on Truth from him. It was a crazy, crazy little candle for no reason. Anyways, get my stretching. Yeah. My bad. I know you guys don't know what I'm laughing about, but it's hilarious. Man. All right, come on, Price. Run them highs, baby. So we can get jiggy with it and get on the shorts. Yo, what's up, masking? About the short? Nah, Jake. I just got on. I got on at 7. So I wasn't... I literally wasn't on the charts for this. Otherwise, I would have taken this trader here. If I was on the charts on the London session. But I get on at 7 a.m. every day. And this short is going to get swept. Well, if you're in that short, don't get out because I said that. But in my opinion, it's going to get swept. Guys, I'll be right back real quick. I'm gonna take my phone so I don't miss the trade, but I'll be right back. All right, I have returned. 824. Is that what this was? China and the US are not having any talks on tariffs. Chinese embassy. Bro, these random candles, like, gotta stop. These random candles are crazy work. Literally crazy work. Also, can we get the run of this high already? Please and thank you. What platform? What do you mean? Namely, what do you mean what platform? Like, where do I chart? How long have I been trading for? I've been trading for a little over 5 years, going into 6. Bird caught the nice drop at 7:30. Waiting to see if prior wants to break out of this range. 7:30, you mean here? Yeah. It was a decent first short. I'm waiting for that to get swept, to be honest with you. Like, I'm waiting for the high to be taken again. And then I'll get short after that. We might not get that, though. Kind of like yesterday, how we just didn't get another sweep, essentially, on the lows. We'll see. The limit is 19,388.50. 19,388. You want a hella deep retracement, don't you? You want a retracement out here. Why do you have your limit order there, Jake? Is it because of the wick? Oh, 15 minute. Yeah, me too. That's what I'm hoping for, right? That's like my ideal place for me to get longed out of, but you know, I'll adapt if I need to. But that's what I'm waiting for. If we get it, then I'll take action. If we don't, then it is what it is. Good to see the viewers increasing on YouTube. I haven't even checked, to be honest with you, today. Let me take a look. Oh yeah, I have 19 people today on the YouTube. That is a lot more than usual, I think. I think usually I have like 12. Well, thank you everybody who is on the YouTube. I appreciate it. I hope so, Easy. I hope he does. And I'm hoping I can have better weeks. So when people come and join, they can actually see fire trades. This week just has been a little poopy. But Did you take that trade on the left? This Herbert? Are you asking for this? If you're asking for this, okay, yeah. No, I wasn't on the charts. I get on at 7 a.m. So I got on right here, pretty much. So unfortunately, no, I'm not able to take that. But it is per my model. That's why I have it charted on there. Later, I have to do a day recap on the trades. So I just have it on there for now. So I don't forget to go over that because it's actually a really clean trade. And it relates to the class episode I uploaded today for the model, which is candle number 1 of the 5-minute fair value gap when it's valid. But if I want to sell the 1 hour / 15-minute CB, 1 hour here. You're referring to this right here? Yeah, that CB doesn't really matter to me at all. Like as far as my model goes, that's why I don't have it marked. I only marked anything that relates to my model in the specific way I need it to print. If it doesn't, I don't mark it at all. Like I don't oh, hold on. I don't put anything else on my chart that I don't actually actively watch for or trade. It's just a distraction for no reason. Also, so unfortunate. I wanted to get a fill here on gold and I didn't get my fill. Really annoyed about that. I'm gonna show you guys the trade real quick. Where's my ninja? That was my limit order. Unfortunately, no fill on that though. I wanted it to run up here. That's why I had this little line right here. And that's where I was going to get triggered at. Oh, well. All right, going back to NQ. Hey, did NQ run those lows? Hold up, hold up. It did. It did run the lows first. So it running the lows, again, makes things a little bit trickier. There was SMT on that, you said? Let me check. There is indeed SMT on that. And then because they were running the lows. Yeah, that makes me a little bit more skeptical that we will drop long term. But I mean, it's still a possibility. So this 1 hour sweep, sweepable here, got ran again. The first time, it couldn't make a 15-minute breaker till it gets all the way up here, right? But now he has a 15-minute breaker nearby, which is high, lower, low, higher, high here. If he goes beyond this level, like so, making it so that if we do close above this on the 15-minute, we're less likely to drop once we sweep here. So I will consider flipping my buys into longs. Yeah, I really wanted to see 2 standard deviations from this 1 hour breaker. That's really what I was hunting for. And this 5-minute breaker, which is also per my model, has a really good grading, if I'm not mistaken on that one. Let me double check it. Yeah, that one, that's a good grading breaker. So that one is likely to go to 4. So that lines up with the idea that this is going to go to 4 and then this is going to go to 2. So I'm still seeking the downside as of now. It's just a little bit tougher when this happens. We'll see. Hopefully it doesn't close above this. If it doesn't close above this, then I'm still good to go and take my short. If we wick it, then I'm still good to go. But we'll see what happens. Give me those -4 from 726. Yeah, Ninja, I'm not gonna lie, bro. I'm not rooting for you right now. I'm gonna keep it 100% with you. I've been rooting for you to get stopped out so I can get on the short for a long time already. Prince said if best trade shirtless, this thing would have millions of views. Yeah, of people terrified. Of people terrified. They just won't be able to stop watching. They're gonna be terrified, but they don't know why they can't stop watching. Shirtless with the voice changer. Yeah, I should try that, huh? I got a new voice changer. Or well, yeah, a new setting recently, and my friend was telling me that it's pretty decent. Should I put it on so you guys can hear it? You guys can hear the new version that apparently does sound kind of like a girl. Yes. All right. All right. Let's do the reveal. I can't remember which one of the two it is, so bear with me because I'm gonna put one and then I'll put the other one and you guys tell me.
Alright, this is the voice this is the voice changer. Number 1. Does it sound any different? Does it sound like a girl? We see. Do I sound good or no? My lucky. Like, be honest, keep it 100 with me. That's like my 60-year-old family doctor. No, you sound creepy.
What about this one, Danny? What do you think about this one, Danny? Rita said I sound like a shy kid. Weezy, you don't like this one? You like the other one better?
The other one was better. Okay. So number 1 was actually kind of legit. It's awful. Easy. Maskin said it's awful. The number 1 was kind of legit. The second one wasn't good. Second one sounded like a creepy kid. Second one sounded like a creepy kid. All right, I'll delete it. I'll delete that one. I'll get rid of it. I think everybody agrees that the second one was bad. All right. Come on, Price. Come on, NQ. Run them highs. Take out Ninja so I can get in the short. Please and thank you. The second one sounds like you're trying to seduce us. That's what gets the views on YouTube. Rita? Don't you know? Good trading doesn't get views. It's the weird stuff that gets the views. That's why I subscribed. I just subscribed now. Yeah, you didn't subscribe before for the good trading. You subscribed just now because of the seducing voice. Further proving my point. This breaker is also valid here. So this is what bullet number 1 would have been for the long. But the problem with bullet number 1, breaking it down, let's say you are bullish, okay? Let's say you want to be a buyer in the market. This low is a 1 hour sweepable, but it's also a 5-minute sweepable. This is the 5-minute breaker that it goes with. So 5-minute breaker. Oh, let's go here. Sorry. The 5-minute breaker here confirms at 1420 from yesterday. We didn't have the swing high, swing low, swing high, making this a sweepable. Drag that across. This was the first sweep, right? But what's the problem with this first long? The problem with the first long is that the closest 5-minute breaker is quite literally like above this high or above this high. Either way, like it's literally miles away, right? We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 candles. Hella can make a breaker to the upside, right? So it's hella candles hella can do so. That would be like a V-shaped reversal. Okay, that's what I would consider a V-shaped reversal from here all the way up here. So that's very inefficient, and price is very unlikely to actually do that. It will get a reaction, but that reaction will just do this. Move sideways, dig lower, and now what's the deal? We have a swing high here, relatively close to here, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 candles max. And so now this can in fact become the 5-minute breaker to the upside. If this becomes a 5-minute breaker to the upside, then we likely also see the 15-minute breaker to the upside, which is right here. So we have a pending 5-minute here. We have a pending 15-minute here as well. So the short is going to definitely look less attractive. And also this will be bullet number 2. So this was bullet number 1 here. This is bullet number 2. Bullet number 2 is a lot more likely to actually play out. So even though this candle is here and it's nasty looking, bullet number 2 is a lot more likely to play out. You got an IFVG, you got a BISI. Close wasn't on the first try, but it didn't retrace more than it didn't even retrace to 25%. So this long is actually valid per model, and it's high probability if your draw is to be bullish. I am considering taking it, but I just didn't pull the trigger on it, to be honest. I'm not convinced that longs are the way. I mean, I really wanted to see my draw be here because that's what has been going on today, right? So my today thinking is we're shorting for now to then get long. That might bite me in the butt though. We'll see what happens. But this is a valid long, so I wouldn't be surprised if it does deliver to 4.5 standard deviations. It wouldn't shock me even one bit, to be honest. I am targeting at least 19,100 on short. 19,100, where's that? Right here. Yeah, that's a good target. That's a great target because it lines up with the 1 hour, it lines up with the 5. With the 5-minute continuation as well. That being said, that's if we get short, right? Like we don't have to get short. So that's why it's a little bit tough for me today. It's definitely a valid long, but yeah, I fade it. Hopefully I don't regret that decision later. Michigan sentiment will move it. When is that? And is that actually important? I thought there was no news today. Today is that at 10 a.m.? And is that orange folder? Is that what it counts as? Honestly, never remember. I don't remember ever looking at that. At that. Also, damn, my GC trade is delivering, bruh. Ah, I can't believe I missed that. In 40 minutes? Okay. Oh yeah, let me put open. I forgot to do that. Alarm for the open. And then let me put 10 o'clock. So is that news usually a mover? Honestly, I don't ever remember looking at that orange folder, like ever. It's high impact. Okay. Yeah, if it's high impact, then I might just stay flat till after the fact. That GC trade is going nuts though. Gosh, dang. Thing is dropping like crazy. Tight little entry. It's our fault. Yeah, it is orange on Forex Factory. That's why I was confused on whether it was actually going to matter or not. I usually like never ever check anything that's not red. But to be fair, there is a couple red orange folders that do move the market, like what's it called? Is it bonds? The bond rates or something like that? It comes out like a 1:01 p.m. for some reason. And it's like every few months. Can't react to comments in here. Might have to turn something on. Yeah, I didn't make the channel Wheezy. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know who even made it. Give me a second. Let me. Okay, Wizzy, try to react. Bond auctions. Yeah, exactly, Meskin. That's what it is. Bond auctions. Wizzy, try to react now. You should be able to make your own. All right, cool. Looks like we're about to confirm the 15 as well. So 5-minute is right here. 15 is right here. We'll see how that goes. 5 more minutes till open. If this confirms before the open, like, well, if it confirms as we open, I would expect it to quickly come back down into this area and then take off. Like, just go crazy high. At least that's what I would imagine. Now, if it wicks and it starts pulling back, way back before the before 9:30 is right around the corner, then I would expect this to then go up right away and then crash. All right, so yeah, it looks like it is going to confirm. So let's do this. Do we confirm? Yeah, we confirm. All right, awesome. Sweeping right now, right there, which is fine. Woo. Sorry. What was that notification? It's the same notification as before. This puts me at a tough spot here because 15 did confirm, 5 did confirm, but this 1 minute going straight from the open up, sweeping, not closing above, and then coming back to then confirm this breaker would be assigned to short and do continuations. Let's see what that aligns with real quick. So this would be, let's see, that would be no FVG, CB potentially here, which that would be the first CB of the day. Honestly, the short is valid too. The short is valid as well. Puts me in a tough spot. I did want to short first, so I think I might have to stick with that idea. And if I take the L, it is what it is. Take a look at the 15 real quick. The 5. Because this is also a 15 sweepable, right? So I was more interested in this 15 minute to confirm here, but we still got 15 minutes till that happens, right? Yeah, this is tough. It puts me at a tough spot, to be honest. I do like the short better just because that was my original idea. So I tend to just stick with what I had in mind first. But new information did come in saying, hey, this 15-minute breaker is... Oh, let me put it from the right place. This 15-minute breaker is likely to deliver the 4 standard deviations, which would take us up here for the day. Because it's 1 hour sweep, 15-minute breaker, and then those go to 4 standard deviations usually. Yeah, it's an interesting, tough spot to be in. Also, let me mark the first fair value gap of the day right here. I took a short already. I'm already in. My short is, let me see, 29525. Where is that? 29525. Stop loss on the high, and then target will be 2 standard deviations from the 1 hour. Where is that? Target is right there. So it's 5R. If it hits, we'll see what happens. Let me mark this as the first. Just got stopped out right there. The first fair value gap right there. You can delete this. And now that I got stopped out, I mean, that gives me confidence that we're likely going to deliver this to the upside. So I wanted to see a deeper retracement here. When this went down for the long idea, I wanted to see a little bit of a deeper retracement. It didn't have to, right? We did touch the, oh, sorry, put the flip in the wrong place. We did touch the breaker. So we retested the breaker right on the breaker open, like so. It held and then it turned around. So it doesn't have to go deeper than that. But what I wanted to see was just a little bit of a deeper retracement into it. And then I would have went long. I had a limit order, but then when that limit order didn't get filled, I'm like, okay, cool. Like it's likely gonna do this. And then the information about the first fair value gap and so on came in. So yeah, we took a little L there. We can delete this because we don't need to open it anymore. And so that puts us all the way up here again, which is, what about the 1 hour? Hold up. What does that 1 hour look like? Yeah, closest 1 hour is here, which would align with the four standard deviations on the 1 minute. Yeah, that was a good long, if anybody took that. Again, second bullets are usually just so powerful. Like, this right here being the second bullet, it's just really powerful. I know I had SMT and stuff. I don't look at SMT ever, but yeah, second bullet usually is the way to go. And are hard to fade because they tend to play out just a lot more than first bullets. So that was a good long for sure. Oh, I forgot to quit. The trade was so quick I didn't even share my screen, but I'll take a screenshot right now of my account. My fault. Here y'all go. Your thoughts are prices pushing higher before the news? It's just gonna be blood. Yeah, very possibly so. That's why I'm flat now. Like I'm not even gonna try to take a trade. If I'm not already positioned in a good spot before news, like I just won't take another trade after. Usually I skip red folder in general though. Like if I knew it was red folder, I would have skipped it. Today I wouldn't have known it's red folder, so I would have been on a trade already. But like I said, if I'm not already positioned well, like I'm not gonna hold through it. $15-minute breaker retested, didn't it? Yeah, it did, literally to the tick. Honestly, could be important. Honestly. Price retrace exactly to the opening range low. Yeah. Yeah, I could definitely see them taking this up high right now just to crash it at the news if the news is actually going to be a mover. It's definitely within the realm of possibilities. Yeah, I was sent pending order at 198. For what? At sell? Like, you mean you wanted to trigger you into a sell once he drops below here? Like, what is that called? A market pending order or something like that? I never use them, so I don't even know what they're called. Okay, you wanted to trigger you after the fact. Yeah, that's very different, to be honest with you. Stop sell? Okay. Yeah. That's what it's called. Stop sell. Yeah, very, very different, to be honest with you. I definitely wouldn't be a front runner news with a stop sell. Me personally. So what if it triggers you in and then it just goes up after it triggers you in? That would be crazy. Looks like we're gonna form the 1 minute breaker before the news comes. Oh, but you said a close stop loss. Okay, okay, gotcha. Do I have a Discord? No, I don't have a Discord of my own. I am a member of a Discord, but it's not mine, my Discord. You exit before news? Yeah, I would do the same if I was in it. All right, 2 more minutes till news. Let's see how that goes. Well, that's a fast candle, but it's not too big. And it's not an insane candle. Better than expected. Ah, I thought it was going to be like a crazy thick candle. But I guess it doesn't have to be one candle. It can just be high volume. Like it can just pick up the amount of volume that comes in. This is what the entry I originally had. It was right here at the 50% of this breaker. So I would have gotten tagged in actually at 953. But yeah, I wasn't trying to front run this, to be truthful. I just wasn't trying to front run that. It's like this candle could have went up here, or this candle could have went down here. And been a huge slip. order. So I'm okay. I'm okay finding out later on that it was a good candle. Is that YM? YM took the low again. Okay. Okay, YM. I never deleted this. Let me delete that. This is second bullet, if I'm not mistaken, right? First bullet here. Yeah. So this is second bullet on the short, second bullet on the long. Tough spot, honestly. You pretty much just have to pick a side, stay by it, and hope that you're on the right side of the market. Silver bullet, question mark, Leo Fox said. Leo, I don't ever look at the silver bullet, I'll be honest with you. Like ever. So I wouldn't know. Three, three, four, or 3, 3, 4. This was my fill. This is the short that I'm in currently. And I am hoping it delivers to 4 standard deviations, which lines up with the hourly 4 standard deviations as well. We'll see. 2 standard deviations will be fine enough. 2 standard deviations will give me 9R. 4 standard deviations gives me 16. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens. Oh, I forgot to put it on my screen. Hold on, guys. Yep. There's the order. There's the fill. We'll see what happens. This will be second bullet for me. Sorry, this will be second bullet for me on the short. So if it doesn't work, I'm likely just on the wrong side of the market, and it's back to being bullish. I will stop trading at 2. So if I take this second loss, that'll be pretty much the end of the day for me for executions. Because at that point, again, I'm either on the wrong side, which means I'm going to keep thinking it's going to be bearish when it's not. Or I'm just in too early and I don't know how many more tries it will take to actually get short. So at that point, it's not really worth me being on the charts for any longer. Longs is good though. This was second bullet for the long. So if you're on the long, like the long definitely looks, at the moment, it definitely looks way better than the short I'm taking. Reason I'm sticking with the short, by the way, it's just because that was my original idea prior to us having to starting the day, right? And I know new information comes in, and I can always adapt. And I talked about how good the long is and stuff, but yeah, I don't know. The short just seemed to make sense to me, and I'm not gonna flip like right away, just on the fly. Like, I know I need to adapt to new information sometimes, but at the same time, like, there's a silver line. Like, there's just a, you know, there's a really fine line where, yeah, you need to adapt, but also you do need to stick to certain ideas. For example, the person who was like, okay, cool, I'm bullish for today, and got the opportunity here. Let's say they did enter this, which I knew not to enter that. But let's say they did enter this, and then they take the second shot here. They're gonna get rewarded because this is very likely gonna deliver. Okay. At the same time, me, like, shorts have been delivering, right? This bullet was not valid for me, so there's nothing here. This is valid, so that's bullet number 1. This is bullet number 2. If it gets stopped out, 2 bullets for the day, and it is what it is. But when you're on the winning side, like, you get huge days, and when you're on the losing side, you get a small day if you just follow your plan. So that's why I'm willing to take it again. And again, if I take the out, like, it doesn't matter. I stuck with what I needed to, which was the plan. And over the long period of time, by you sticking to what it is that you believe in, you're going to have more profitable days than negative days. And your profitable days will eat up those negative days by a lot. Like, this trade, if it works out, again, if I'm on the right side, which, I mean, we're on the edge of it getting taken out, the expected reward was going to be at the very least 10R to potentially 16 if I hold it all the way, depending on what price is doing. That's a lot of potential R, right? And that's not uncommon. So it's quite a good trade. The long here that I originally wanted, but I just never got filled on this entry, was right here, literally right at the 50% of the breaker. Stop loss goes on the low, and then take profit would be 4.5 standard deviations of the breaker. But now that we have the 50-minute breaker online, the actual profit target for this would be 4 standard deviations of the 15-minute, because that's the full projection of the higher time frame. So my TP on this would have been 19R, for example. So again, when I'm on the right side, my losers are getting eaten up by my winners by quite a bit. It's just a matter of being on the right side. Typically speaking, I would have been long with this because we've been going up on the higher time frame. We're going up, right? 1 hour sweepable, 15-minute breaker. But I was just stubborn today, and I was like, I'm getting the short, right? So yeah, like, sometimes you have to have conviction about your plays, and then sometimes you do need to learn to pivot. I just don't like pivoting too fast. If I pivot too fast, I end up cooking myself a lot. Like, a lot. So I rather get cooked a little bit, not pivot a lot, and over the long term, it ends up working out for you. Rather than pivoting too quickly, and now you're losing on one side, losing on the other side, and now you're getting cooked over and over and over every day because you just keep flipping your buys and you have no conviction over anything you do on the charts. It eats up at the self-esteem of the trader as well. Like, if you're always looking short and then your short doesn't work out, then you flip long and your long doesn't work out. Now you got cooked on both sides. So now you feel like you don't know what you're doing because both sides of the market are cooking you. When you're long, they're shorting. When they're short, they're longing. That's going to eat you up as well. But when you're on the right side of the market and you just have conviction and the market does go your way, now you're cooking the market, right? Like, you're cooking with the market. So your conviction level goes up because you realize, okay, more often than not, or more days than not, I do get the drawn liquidity correct. Now, if you do this and you stick to one bias for 2 trades and you just keep having red day after red day after red day, okay, that's a different story. Like, okay, something is going on. What's causing you not to ever catch a green day? What's causing you to just take loss after loss consistently? Like, is it because you just don't, get the drawn liquidity correctly? Or is it because when you get on the charts, you get on so early that you have a bias from the previous session? Like, for example, the London traders who go into New York, maybe they have a bias from London to go lower, and now it's New York, and they should be pivoting. Like, what's the actual thing keeping them from being able to consistently be green? This week for me has been tough mentally because Monday and Tuesday I took Monday 3R loss, and then Tuesday 2R loss, but it was outside of my plan. I didn't do anything related to my plan that I'm teaching on YouTube because I was trying to test something new out, a new entry type that I was really excited about, and I did some brief back testing over the weekend and I just went live with it. Never do that, by the way. But yeah, I did that, and I cooked myself, and that ate up a lot of my self-esteem this week. Not because I don't know what I'm doing, but because I did something so silly that I know better not to do. So Wednesday was a legit just 2L day, which is fine. Yesterday was a flat day. There was nothing because unfortunately the chart never came down to the area I wanted to. After that, I just got off for the whole day. And then today's a 2L day. So I'm down 9R on the week, but the actual per plan, per model, per what I'm following is only down 4 to today, to Wednesday. Monday and Tuesday are outside of that. But this is the thing that a lot of traders just don't catch, right? They'll start off the month or the week or the eval or the funded account or their cash account, whatever it may be. They'll start off with a plan. And the first trade they take might be per that plan. But then the second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, and so on are not per that plan. And then they finally come back to the plan at their 7th, 8th, 9th trade, and their 7th, 8th, 9th happens to also lose on their model. So they cook themselves outside of the plan for 5 trades or 4 trades or 3 or however many, right? Not following the plan. Then they go and follow it, and then the plan happened to get a couple losses because they're catching the losers, right, of that specific day, which it just happens. Like not every strategy will have 100 winners per day and it's going to be 90% win rate. Like that just, it's not going to happen. You're going to have losing streaks with any model, even if it's a high probability model. It does not matter what model it is. You're going to have losers, right? Losses. So I cooked myself early in the week, 5 L's down. Now I had 2 losing days that are legit and real per model, right? I just got the bias wrong for the time being. I should have been looking for the buys below this. And now I'm walking away with a red week when if I just follow Monday and Tuesday perfectly, like I regularly do on the plan, Monday cooked. Monday was 4R plus. Tuesday cooked. Tuesday was 6R plus. Wednesday, looking back, I definitely could have pivot on Wednesday onto the shorts, but let's just count it as a red day normally. Yesterday flat, and then today red. I would still be up on the week at the very least 4R, give or take, if not more. Just from those Monday and Tuesday. But instead, I'm walking away from the week almost 10R down because 5 of that is just me cooking myself with gambles that I did on a new strategy that I haven't even tested. Like I went live to test it live like that. It was crazy. So yeah, that's to basically show you guys like the reason why a lot of folks are unprofitable and stay unprofitable. It's not necessarily because they don't have a plan, and it's not necessarily because they don't know any better, but rather because they know better, but are still willing to take a gamble on something that they shouldn't be taking a gamble on for no reason. Like again, Monday for me, like I shouldn't have taken that gamble, but I was still willing to for whatever reason. And now I'm ending way red. So I say that so you guys can go and look at yourselves and look at your weeks. How many weeks are you ending red where you actually had a plan and follow that plan accordingly every day for every single trade? and how many out of the last 10 trades that you have taken are outside of that plan that you're supposed to be following versus how many are on inside of the plan that you're supposed to be following. If you have more trades outside of the plan that you're supposed to be following, then don't expect positive results because you're gambling, but you expect to be a winner on the gamble side. Which, I mean, it makes no sense. Like, I mean, I think by now everybody goes to Vegas knowing that they're going to lose money. I don't think a lot of people go to Vegas thinking, I'm going to make a boatload of money. So if you do the same thing on your accounts, you're just taking random candles with random entries, with random PDRAs, with no, you know, framework that you regularly do, that you have back tested, gotten data on, and so on. It's literally no different than gambling at a casino. It's the same thing. Yeah, you might call it educated gambling because you're trading ICT concepts or doing whatever else. But like, ICT concepts are not magic. You still have to put them in a framework that makes a model that you can execute on, you know, every day, every week, every month, that duplicates itself over and over and over on the market for long enough for you to actually be, again, profitable. If you don't have that, then again, you're just gambling on the market. We'll delete it so it doesn't clog my screen. But I am done for the week with that last trade. I'll be streaming for a little bit more just to kind of watch price and see what price does, because I am interested to see. Let me put the alarm actually real quick. I am interested to see if we make it to this 4 standard deviations by the end of the day, or if we don't end up doing it. So I'll stick around for a little bit more. But after that, I will be done. Monday, I will be uploading the next video for the series. I haven't planned out what I'm going to talk about on that one just yet. I don't know if I want to do the rules on how to avoid, well, how to properly know high probability versus low probability, or if I want to go over the 50-minute and the 50-minute stuff, like 50-minute time frame entries, because it's all similar. So I don't know if I should do that next or not. Oh, Agneman, I didn't see your message till now. That's true. It's easy to go one way, start losing, flip, get chopped to pieces. Yeah. And I mean, I did that many times. Like, you know, I literally did that many times where I would buy, I get stopped out, and I go, oh man, I must be wrong. I must be on the wrong side of the market, you know? Like, I didn't analyze it right, or I get stopped out and then I see a new detail. I'm like, okay, well, I'm gonna go short now because there's this new detail of information coming in, and that detail must mean that I'm on the wrong side. And then, you know, you go and take that, and then next thing you know, you get chopped on that side too, and you're like, oh wait, my original idea was right. I should have been long all along, and I should have listened to myself on this one. I should have held the, you know, taken the next short or the next long or whatever side, right? So you flip a second time, We already flipped once. So you get stopped out, you flipped. You get stopped out again, you flip again. And now it continues with the flip you had just done. And yeah, you just get absolutely murdered by the market. And like here, for example, like, okay, obviously the chart is dropping quite a bit right now on this last few candles after the fact, right? Bullet number one for me was the first one at 9:30 opening, which looking back on it, honestly, it was a pretty weak bullet number one because of this. The 5-minute didn't look good. So it was a pretty weak bullet number one. Bullet number two, which was here, is still just as bad. Okay. So the reason why it's just as bad is because, again, from the low to the high, straight blue candles, no way to make a breaker here on the 5-minute, right? So again, it's a poor quality bullet. Now this one, a little bit different, right? From this low to this high, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 candles. Okay, that's the range I ideally want them to be. I want it to be within 5, give or take. Well, within those 5 candles, I can expect this to be an actual high. So if there was a 1-minute breaker up here, which there isn't because there's no swing low here, then I would have been pretty happy to take a 1-minute breaker up here. That's my short. 15-minute breaker, y'all need to zoom in. Yeah, no, the 15-minute breaker is still in play, which is here. But yeah, so that continuation play was not the best. The first bullet. Second bullet also wasn't the best because the 5-minute is not good. Third bullet is fine. So if this did confirm a 1-minute breaker here, this would be better. It would look better. Now, what I would want to see is I would want to see a 5-minute CB come out of this. If a 5-minute CB comes out of this, then best case scenario would be for it to retap candle number one and then continue from there. But again, I'm done. Like, regardless of all the new information that comes in, I'm done. Why? Okay. Let's say I'm like, oh, I messed up on bullet one. I messed up on bullet two. Well, bullet three here actually looks very promising because blah, 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 blah. And now I'm talking myself into it, right? And I'm saying why this bullet is so much better than the other two. Well, what if I'm still on the wrong side of the market? And bullet number three just looks real juicy, but it's just as bad as bullet number one and number two. Now I'm getting cooked for 3 entries when I knew better, right? I knew either I'm on the wrong side or it's going to take a bunch more bullets for it to go my way. It could be the third one, but it could be the fourth or fifth. And at that point, if it's the fourth or fifth, if I go to target a 4 standard deviations and I'm making 4R, I'm only recovering what I just lost. Instead of doing that, I can just walk away at 2, let the chart figure itself out and play out, and you know, I'll be back the next time to tackle it. Simple as that. The point is, you want your losing days to stay as small as possible, but you want your winner days to be as big as possible. So if your average losing days 2R, but your average winning day is more than 2R, then you're automatically going to have a positive P&L curve. Well, I mean, obviously, as long as you have more winning days than not, right? But allowing your big days to be much bigger than your losing days makes it so that you need less winning days in between. But if you do have more winning days in between and you have a winning streak, then it allows your winning days and your winning streak to really do damage on the account and really up the equity curve. Yeah, I think we all done it at some point. Yeah, for sure. Thank you, man. Did I tell you I took my medicine or not? Okay. Yeah, so ideally for this short, you would want this to stay open. And the reason why you would want this CB to stay open is because now this 5-minute breaker would have a IFVG, CB. So two of the things that I look for on a grade. And then the breaker is outside candle, meaning it's the pivot point right here, right? That's the lowest candle of the leg. And then the third thing you would need is for this to close on the first time he taps it. If it closes on the first time he taps it, then this would be a pretty good breaker to have the potential to go to 4 standard deviation. So you would be looking at this projections, which lines up with the 4-hour sweepable. Now, I don't know that we will get that today. Yeah, 3K, almost 3K ticks it's a lot. So I don't know that we would get that today, but at the very least, we would have enough room to get 2 standard deviations from the 1 hour that we've been looking for, 4 standard deviations from the 5-minute we've been looking for, and so on. But unfortunately today, if it happens, it's going to be without me, and I'm just going to watch it and be happy that I was looking at the right place, just at the wrong time. I'll be right back. Sure. Sure you do. All right, I'm back. Jake, you said, well, I'm set at B. I'm not going to do something else. Well, where's your break? Oh, your break even? Your entry was literally like right here on the peak, I'm pretty sure. I think that's what you had said earlier, unless you moved your entry. Like, you got on somewhere around here because you had the limit. You should be fine, honestly. If it's gonna drop, I mean, if it's gonna drop, it's gonna do it now. Like, I just highly doubt it goes all the way back up here for you. If your entry was here. Now, if your entry was like here and your break even, different story. It might actually come up here and then drop if it's gonna do so. The possible 15-minute sweep at 9:45 could mean long is pending, correct? Let me see, Powers. You said 15-minute, right? 15-minute, let's see. CISD, high, low, high, sweep, yes. Yes, Powers. That is correct. It could be, this is a 15-minute sweep, so it could sweep that and then get a 1-minute breaker to the upside, which, let's see, this 1-minute breaker would be at 10:30. 10:30 usually is a continuation macro, right? So same on the 5-minute. Let me take a look. 5-minute CISD is here. High, yes. It's on both. Yeah. So this breaker could be another confirmation to the upside. Now the OG went to 3.5 and it came back to the break-even line. Typically speaking, when it does that, I don't like to be in that original entry. I would have moved this to break-even already. So once this went to 3 standard deviations, my stop would have already been trailed to break-even if I got tagged on the first time. So if I got tagged here, I unfortunately would have gotten taken out at break even on this trade. That being said, let's see where the SMT is. So SMT, we got fresh SMT here on this candle. Yeah, with that being said, with the fresh SMT, with ES, I have been looking at SMT recently a little bit more, only for plays that are pending, like you know, the PD, you know, you guys on the Discord know what I'm talking about, the PD plays, right? So I have been looking at that a little bit more, but he basically needs to be under the rules that it's a valid BC or CB per my model already. That's high probability that I would play. That for some reason I either didn't get a fill on or I wasn't in the markets for. Then the PD becomes extremely powerful. I need to delete this. This doesn't matter anymore. And I need to delete this. Clean it up a little bit. So yeah, that's my take on it. So CB is in play, right? If you're still short, sorry, if you're still short, you would want it to be here. Your stop would be here, like this. But that's only if, again, you're short bias. That's if you don't believe we're gonna go up, this is what you would be doing. Okay. Again, I was short bias, but now that I took 2 L's, either I'm wrong, so I shouldn't be short bias, or I'm too early, and it is gonna be short eventually. But that would mean it might be the 3rd, 4th, 5th bullet, and yeah, I just wouldn't be willing to take more. This breaker is super thick on the 1 minute, 400 ticks, 100 point breaker, which I know we've had recently. We've had a lot of breakers that are extremely thick, but 100 point breakers, honestly, even in this market conditions that are moving super volatile, don't tend to stick around for too long. Like, in my opinion, they don't tend to deliver for the most part. Like, we've seen a couple of those deliver recently, but like quite literally a couple of them, relatively speaking. Go back in the last 2 weeks and go to the highest volatility day, and you literally seen a couple 400 tick breaker, or a couple 100 point breakers deliver. Other than that, most of them don't deliver to 4 standard deviations. Most of them will deliver to like 1.5, maybe 2 at most, and then they will turn around. So 5 minute looks good, 1 minute doesn't. With this, 1 minute does not look good. That also, what else doesn't look good here on the 5 minute? Failure to create the breaker on the swing low. We wicked it. Now we're pulling back. So we had a CB, IFVG, outside candle, which is good. But now we're weakened and we're deeply retracing back. He lowers the grade of the breaker to an A. A is still good, right? If it forms, it's still good. So it's still fine. But the 1 minute just doesn't look as good because the 1 minute is such a thick breaker. If the 1 minute had a tighter breaker, then I could have higher expectations that this high is going to be protected. But again, I'm flat. So whatever I say, don't let it keep you out of your trade or your bias. Well, you shouldn't let that happen, even if I wasn't flat, but still. Wizzy, you know I don't want a Kia just to have a Kia, right? I just want to, well, my wife doesn't want a Kia Carnival because the van looks actually like an SUV. So it looks like an SUV, but it's actually a van. So you got the comfort of the van. We got 3 kids now with a new baby. So it would give her more space to like do stuff, and you know, because she goes out a lot on her own since I'm the one trading from the house. And so sometimes, you know, she doesn't go to like certain places or events just because she has to put the kids in the car. And, you know, I mean, honestly, nowadays it can be dangerous, especially as a mom. She's short. It can be dangerous out there. So the van would just be good, but she doesn't like the van, and I don't like any other van. Like, I don't like the Toyota van. I don't like the Honda, the Odyssey either, because they just look so ugly. So ugly. Yeah, Carnival looks great. We just don't have them over here. Oh, that's interesting. Get a Tesla? Bruh. Hell no. I mean, call me crazy, right? Just call me insane. I don't care. But like, if all power goes out, what the hell do you do with a Tesla? Like, literally, if all power goes out, what are you gonna do with a Tesla, DG? It's going to sit in your driveway. If all power goes out, we're effed anyways. Yeah, okay, you are. But at the same time, if all power goes out and you're effed, you're more effed because now you got a car that you cannot drive. Gas stations will work. Yeah, but I could definitely get gas. You can definitely find gas. My point is, it's better to have a car that takes gas in case of an emergency than not. But yeah, either way, I would have to get a model. What is it? Is it the Y? The biggest one, whichever one is the biggest one. I forgot what it is. Sprinter? Hell no, I'm not getting that. Model L, that's what it is. Nah, Model X. No, I would have to get literally the bigger one. Are you live somewhere else? I don't see the comments here. Yes, Masking, I am. I double stream. I stream on the private Discord, and then I stream on the YouTube. Model L definitely hits different this week. More like L model. Yo, model is going so crazy. That dude rage quit. Model is going so crazy. That dude sent Tenny a message saying he has no value. Call him the Zuzi. He called him the advanced Zuzi. That's crazy. Bro, I wish I could show y'all the actual message. Y'all would be like, yo, what the hell? Model X is with the gold wing doors? Yeah, but that one doesn't fit a bunch of people, does it? I thought the Model X was the sedan. Oh no, the Model X is it's not the sedan. Wait, but this is the smaller one, right? Isn't the Model L large, way bigger? Let's see, Model L, Tesla. Wait, no, the Model The Model X is definitely the bigger one. What? Am I crazy? Yeah, the Model X is definitely the bigger one. Bro, Wizzy, you tripping. You told me the wrong car. Yeah, I was like, there's no L. I was like, yo, I thought it was sexy. Yeah. Well, Model 3, I guess is what they call it, right? No? Limo for the whole fam? Oh, you were making it. My bad, bro. You ever think of these Japanese minivans? What Japanese minivans? Yo, watch out, DG, with the Japanese, I mean, with the Thailand vans. Bro, that does not look great. That looks terrible. I'll show YouTube, but the van you just said looks great. Bro, that looks like that literally looks like a microwave. Just the new microwaves that they make nowadays. This is what this guy's talking about on Discord. He said that this looks great. Hell no. That looks terrible. You're a Japanese luxury? I mean, he definitely looks like luxury. Luxury I can live without. Division V. What is that? Oh, it's a Mercedes concept? Yeah, I don't care. It's a concept, I don't care. Let me see the car. Let me see the real deal. But yeah, I guess this week was rough enough that that dude just crashed out and was like, yeah, F this guy. F everybody in here. I almost slipped out and said who it was. I need to stop talking about it before I actually say who it is. Lexus makes vans? Actually? Is that real, or are you just sending another concept car? That van looks terrible, but is it actually real? Or when I click that link, it's gonna hack me and it's gonna steal all my data? All right, I'm gonna trust you. I'm gonna click that link. I mean, It's not really a van for the purposes of a van. It's more like a van just so you have luxury king sitting on the back. And so you have hella space on the back with a TV. The front looks like Bane. Are you talking about Marvel? Bane from Marvels? From the Marvel universe? Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's true. He does look like that. Perfect luxury family minivan. Bro, it only has seats. 2 seats on the back. How is that a family minivan? It has a third row? That's not what it showed me on the website. Hold on. Bro, I'm literally... What? Where is the third row? Yo, low-key, this guy needs to learn how to make videos because he didn't zoom out, so you can't even tell. You only see the details of the car, but you can't tell what the car looks like. Oh, okay. There is a third row. Wait, but the third row is a 2-seater as well. Yeah, the third row is a 2-seater as well. So it's only 6 seats. And it's only 6 seats, and you don't really have a lot of space in terms of like for kids, relatively speaking, like when you're putting babies and so. Yo, is he live somewhere? Yes, GT. I am. I'm live on YouTube, and I'm live on a private Discord. We're talking right now while the price is doing nothing. We're talking about this this van. 3-seater in the back. No, it's definitely not a 3-seater in the back. Yeah, it's a 6-seater. It's 222. All right, so let's get back into price real quick. So, as I've said, you can say, okay, that makes more sense. Yeah, no, I'm not crazy. Yitzy, I'm not talking to myself about random bands out loud, acting like I'm having a conversation with another person. I do look insane when you put it that way. Okay, so getting back into price. And this short originally started looking good, but the wick in here makes me not want to take it if I was on the charts. Also, again, it wouldn't be second bullet anymore. It would already be the third bullet. So if I'm coming to the charts and I see my only available trade being a short, looks decent, but it's not for me. No, I don't like that, Van. But to be honest, if I'm taking a third bullet, right? I'm going to the charts. It's my first bullet because I haven't taken any trade, but it's a third bullet already on the charts. Meaning the chart already failed to validate that twice. It would make me think a couple times before I took this trade. Like, it doesn't mean you can't take it, but I would definitely think about it a couple times before I actually went and took it. I would consider it and I'll be like, okay, can I be stopped out? And then he runs again. So at that point, it would really be the fourth invalidation, because it would be validation 1, 2, 3, and then a fourth one. Am I willing to take that? If the answer is no, then I'm probably not going to take this at all. If I just came onto the chart. Now, if I'm not willing to take this at all, and there is a long in play already, which there is, then I would consider taking the long, because this is bullet 1, bullet 2, bullet 2 is still in play. Bullet 2 then makes this, which this is bullet 1 on its own. This breaker is valid on its own, right? And let's grade the breaker real quick. No IFG, down point. BC, up point. Breaker candle is between the swing point, the swing high and swing low, in between the two candles. Down point, because it's an inside candle. Did it close on the first time? Let's take a look. It did. So this would be what I would consider a B plus. So a B plus has a chance to go to 2 and a chance to go to 4. Sometimes it does go to 4. Sometimes it just stops at 2. For this, typically speaking, I aim for 2 standard deviations. That being said, the OG, which is the 15-minute that we were looking at, which comes from the 1 hour, it's likely to push up to at the very least to 2, or more likely to 4, which means the room I actually have to work with for the range on the upside is to here. So can I get to 4 on this before it gets here? Yes. That means I'm automatically going to aim for 4 standard deviations on this trade. Even though it's a B, that's where my TP would be if I enter this long here on this breaker. How much money do you have right now on the challenge? Yesterday I lost like, what was it? Like $400, $500, I think, on a copy trade that I didn't mean to do from a 150K account. And then today I lost, where is it? $200. I'm actually almost blown on the account. So I'm probably going to have to restart, get a new Tradify and do it all over again. So you guys will see me pass the challenge and then go on the funded account afterwards again. I haven't yet, but if I do, then yeah, you guys will see me buy a new challenge and take it has it, then move on to the funded and do it again. I just have to change the title. I'll make it $200 to 20K or something. How long have I been trading for? I've been trading for a little over 5 years. I'm going on to 6. But for the people who are watching, do you guys understand why I'm like why I don't want to be involved in this? Does it make sense why I'm saying, okay, yeah, this looked juicy at first, right? And it looks like, oh, it's urging me to go and take it. So old me would have taken this, right? Now it can work out. I'm not saying this is going to get stopped out necessarily. It can work out. It can work out. But like, yeah, it looks juicy. So now the me who wants to take a win would want to take that, even though I have data supporting the fact that after 2 bullets, I need to stay out because I'm either wrong or it's going to take way more than what I want to risk to finally catch the winner. It might be 3, it might be 4, it might be more than that, right? And so when the winner comes, I'm either not going to take it because I'm going to be fed up and tired, or I'll take it, but it's just going to get me back to break even. So I'm fighting a battle just to get back to break even. I'm not even fighting a battle to make profit. So what's the point of me fighting a battle just to break even? Just walk away with the L, take it on the chin, come back the next day, and get the first dub. That's it. You have a specific strategy or do news trading or both? I don't do news trading at all. But yes, I have a specific strategy. If you go on my YouTube channel, I'm doing a free mentorship where you can learn my model that I've been trading with. I have students on a private Discord, but I recently closed new entries for that completely for a while. And I'm giving away the model for free, or 90% of the model for free. So if you don't have a model, or you do have a model and you keep struggling, I would suggest you definitely watch that. My plan is to give out the basics, then give out the rules on how to tell apart high probability from low probability and so on. And then talk about risk management. So talk about the 2-bullet system, why it's important and so on as the weeks come on. And then lastly, my plan would be to expand on live scenarios like every week from actual live trades, kind of like a daily review that I do every night, kind of like that, but longer format where people understand that I'm not going to be taking just 5 minutes to explain it, but I'm going to be taking 20 minutes to explain one single setup just to make sure all the details on that setup are actually like fully explained correctly. I also don't want to make my videos like hella long like ICT, because I personally don't enjoy watching like these 3-hour videos. I know I had to because obviously I needed the information, but I still didn't enjoy doing so. So I'm trying to make the content a little bit faster, but still give away all the juice that I need to make sure people understand, but not so long and dragged out where you feel like I'm running in circles on the exact same topic over and over. That's honestly, that's what he does sometimes. Like, he'll talk about a fair value gap, but then he will talk about everything else, and then he will say, that's why I entered a fair value gap here. But then he'll go into something else, and then he'll come back and say, that's why I entered the fair value gap here. But he had already made that exact point before, and he will say it 2-3 times. I'll watch it for sure because I'm 17 and I'm thinking about trading. But what I'm doing right now is trying to find a model, then do stuff. Oh, okay. Yeah, so You'd see. That's a really, really good place to be at, to be honest with you. If you're 17 and you're trying to get into trading before you become 18, obviously you have to be 18 to be legally trading. But yeah, that's a great place to be at, to be honest with you. Like if I could have found trading when I was less than 18, like I would have definitely done just endless backtesting. I will tell you, just so you don't waste your time online, okay? I'll tell you, if I had to tell myself these things when I was 17, I'll tell you what I would tell you. First thing is, don't fall for fake gurus online. What you see on Instagram, what you see on YouTube, what you see on Twitter, what you see on TikTok, 95 to 99% is trash. It is not real. It is just made for the clicks and the views, and they don't actually do anything that they say. A lot of people just make money from courses, mentorships, and so on, but they don't actually trade. Second thing is, if you are going to purchase information from a trader, make sure that they do live streams. Okay. If they don't live stream and show their trades on live stream, typically speaking, that trader, it's not actually a trader. Like, they're faking their results. Okay. Because anybody can just Photoshop a screenshot nowadays in a few minutes and say, I enter here, I exit here, and, you know, just post the chart with little arrows that show execution, like the execution errors you have on TradingView or other platforms. Like, anybody can Photoshop that right now. So if it didn't happen live, it didn't happen, in my opinion. Okay. So if you're looking for a mentor, just make sure that they do live stream so you can really believe that they're legit. Personally, I subscribe to ICT in terms of the way I view the market, the way PD arrays work, and so on. So if you're going to go down the rabbit hole of learning what ICT is and how it works and so on, just know that every PD array has its purpose, but none of that matters unless you put it into context that makes it duplicatable on something that you can do every week, every month, every day. What I mean by that is you need to have an actual step-by-step strategy. This is where I'm starting. This is where I'm going. And this is why I need to enter. This is the thing that validates my trade. And this is what invalidates my trade. Like, it needs to have all of that stuff built in so that you can actually know that you're trading something that you cannot backtest. If you don't have that, you literally cannot backtest. Because how are you going to backtest randomness? Like, it's not possible. You need to have an actual protocol. Like, okay, this happened, this happened, this happened. That means that I can enter my trade, right? It could be a 3-step process. It could be a 4-step process. It could be a 5-step process. The more steps, the less trades it's going to give you. But typically speaking, the more accurate it's going to be. So the win rate will be higher. The less steps, the more trades it will give you, or the less the win rate will be for the most part. Okay. So there's a fine line in between where you can build a model that gives you enough entries where they happen every day, and the win rate it's above 50%. And that's what I would strive for. That's what my model does for sure. It's above 50%. And as far as the RR goes, it's anywhere from 2 all the way to AR. It just depends on the trade. Some trades are 10, 12, 15. Like, it just depends on what's going on the day. But for the most part, I would say what I'm teaching on YouTube at first is going to be anywhere from 2R to 4R per trade, meaning 2 to 4 times your money per trade. And the win rate is going to be 50% or above, depending on your experience. So yeah. Lastly, risk management is the most important thing that you need to learn in trading. And so some people become great risk managers before they get good with their strategy, before they even have a strategy or an edge. And some people have an edge, but they have no risk management. The trader who has an edge, but no risk management, it's unprofitable. They will always be unprofitable. The trader who has good risk management, but doesn't have an edge, will be slightly unprofitable, if not break even, but they will never be profitable. And then the trader who finally has an edge and good risk management is the trader who will make money on the markets. And those are the people who are actually going to make something sustainable. I don't know what your goals are. You're young, but if your goals are to make a lot of money in trading, I would say that you want to find risk management as soon as you possibly can. Meaning, you don't want to be a gambler. You want to make rules that will keep you from harm's way. Like, for example, me, I took 2 L's today. I stopped for the day. I'll come back on Monday, right? That's just what I need to do to make sure that I'm not on the wrong side of the market over and over and over to cook myself so I can make my small days, my losing days small, but my winner days become huge. So that eats up my losses, and that's how my equity curve moves up long term. So, yeah. My YouTube series will be again free. I don't know that I will do paid Discord or not eventually again. Maybe I will later on, but as of now, everything will be free. It's going to be 90% of what I do. I haven't had a red day for literally, a red week for almost 4 months already in a row. I've live streamed to my private students for 2 months in a row straight. I've showcased all my trades for my model and executed them live. I posted my the account I took to show them how to do it. I got the payout from that account as well. But what is risk management and edge? Risk management is how you manage your trades. Like when you get on a trade, you have to manage it a certain way to make it profitable or unprofitable. Like risk management is controlling yourself, is having boundaries around what you're going to do. So imagine you worked at a sales place, okay? And you had to pay for your leads. You have to pay for your leads, okay? Well, your boss is going to tell you this is your limit of how much money you're going to spend on your leads. Any more than that, it's going to be red for me. It's unprofitable for me. So your job is to make as many sales as you can within how much you can spend on a daily basis or on a weekly basis or whatever the case may be, right? If you don't do that, you're not a good salesperson, right? With this, it's a similar idea. You have so much capital to work with. You need to budget yourself accordingly per day or per week, just depending on how you end up doing it. Me, it's per day, where I only allow myself to take 2 losses in one day. If I take any more than that, I'm either A, wrong, or I'm B, this video, silly guy. Yeah, I'll put it in the chat right now. So I'm either A, wrong, or B, it's going to take a lot more tries for price to go my way. So if my budget is 2 trades per that day, then I'm going over my budget if I take a 3rd trade and a 4th trade and a 5th trade. If I do it one time and it works out, great. But if I do it one time and it doesn't work out, I'm going to do it again and again and again and again. But if I do it one time and it does work out, I'm also going to do it again and again and again. So I'm not actually staying within the boundaries that I'm putting myself to make sure that I'm on the winning side consistently on the market. So you might have a edge, meaning you have a mechanically edge on the market. That means that you have an advantage. You have something that tells you you can win more often than you can lose. If you have something that tells you you can win more often than you can lose, that's called an edge. Every trader needs to have some sort of edge to be able to be profitable in the markets. There's no trader who just makes money long term and does not have an edge. It's not possible. There needs to be some sort of protocol that you follow that gives you an edge. People who do retail stuff, like they pattern trade, okay, they have their pattern, whatever. People who do trend lines, they believe in trend lines. Okay, they have their stuff. People who do indicators and other stuff, they believe in, in their thing, right? That's the edge that they believe in, and they go and back that stuff. So you have an edge and you have risk management. When you have both, you put them together, that's when you're actually going to be able to be profitable in the market. If you don't have both, you're not going to be profitable. So if you have an edge, meaning you know what you need to do and when to click the button, but you don't have risk management, you're never going to be profitable. Because yes, you're going to click the button when you're supposed to, but you're also going to click the button when you're not supposed to. So you're going to lose all the gains that you make, making you unprofitable forever. And if you don't have an edge, but you have good risk management, like you always cut yourself off at 2, because of the nature of, you know, getting lucky in the market, sometimes you will just get winning days, but you'll also get losing days. You're going to get more losing days than winning days, of course, but you will have some strings of time where you do get a few winning days every now and then in a row, because you're going to winning streak. It's like the nature of randomness. But because you don't have an edge, it's not something that you can predict. It's not something that you can say, okay, I'm expecting this to happen today, or I'm expecting this to play out on this day or that day, or I'm expecting that every week I'm going to win about this much, because there's no, there's nothing that repeats itself on your trading, because there's no actual mechanical edge. But with a mechanical edge, you can anticipate, okay, every week I think I'm going to get this or that out of the market. Every week I think I'm going to get, you know, this many winners, this many losers, according to my data. So then you can start to plan what's supposed to happen and so on. And that's why you hit profitability, because you have the management, you have the edge, and they work together. I did link the video right there. It says risk like this or blow the account. Basically it tells you how much to risk per trade, but that's not really risk management. That's just how much you should be risking per trade to be able to pass prop accounts and stuff. But it's not really necessarily risk management. Risk management is not just how much do I risk. It's how much do I risk and how often. Is it every day, every week, every session? Like for somebody who trades multiple sessions per day, maybe they trade London, trade New York. So, yeah. What edge do you go for? I don't know what that question means, to be quite honest. What edge do I go for? I think what you're asking is like, what is my edge on the market? I think this is what you're asking. Wait, I mean, since like you said, some people believe that the edge on the market is trend lines. I'm asking what kind of strategy you go for. Oh, as I mentioned, I follow ICT concepts. You Google it or put it on YouTube. Inner Circle Trader, ICT. That's the concepts that I subscribe to, and that's the edge that I would say has made me profitable. So I use these concepts, but I don't use these concepts in the way like he doesn't. Okay, he does have a couple YouTube models that he explains where you go like, okay, this is the step-by-step how to do my model, or well, his model, right? Or part of his model. But the thing is that the concepts themselves are placed on his YouTube channel in a way that you can make your own. So, for example, he has what is called the fair value gap. Lots. If you put on YouTube right now, fair value gap, you're gonna find a million videos about it, and a million different ways on how people are trading the fair value gap. If you Google, put on YouTube the breaker block, you're gonna find a million ways on how people are trading the breaker block, and so on. You're always gonna be able to find a million ways of how people are doing it. And again, like literally 99% of people out there are either not profitable and they're just making content for YouTube and they don't know what they're talking about. And it's literally they're just fleecing people. Like they're stealing from people, basically. But then there's like the rare gems out there that do know what they're talking about. But ICT himself, he's the, what I would say is the, how do you say that? The creator of it, right? Like he made the he made the concepts. He explained them from scratch, and you don't need to pay for his concepts. So my suggestion would be, if you're gonna go down the rabbit hole of ICT, which is I believe is what everybody should trade, because I believe the market operates under those I guess beliefs or teachings or whatever you want to call it, concepts. Then that's what I would do. That is where I would start. Now, by default, that means that my model would be something that you would resonate with or agree with, because I trade ICT concepts. But I put him in a specific way where it makes sense for you to take action on. So the concepts themselves, like there's again, a fair value gap, for example. There's a million fair value gaps on the chart right now. Like there's a fair value gap here. This is candle 1, 2, 3. So it's a 3 candle pattern where candle 1 doesn't overlap with candle 3. And so it creates a gap. That's called the fair value gap. Well, there's one here. One here. One here to the downside. One here to the upside. One here to the downside. So there's like a million, right? But out of that million, none of that matters if they don't have context around them on why they should work. I mean, I've been watching this TJR guy, oh my gosh, for like 2 days, but I'll look into your model and look at his videos from now. Bro, TJR, bro. Okay, TJR is a content creator, okay? He's a great marketer, meaning he gets a lot of views because he has a very, you know, out there personality, very much like he's a very upbeat guy. He does a lot of dumb stuff on stream and so on. So he gets a lot of views, okay? Sometimes, very rarely, he does talk about, you know, real trading stuff. But for the most part, I would say he doesn't. Now, honestly, because of the way he is on the charts and what he does on stream, I highly doubt that he's profitable, okay? From actually trading. He makes money from the trading world, but from actually trading, I don't think he makes money. Because he mainly gets paid through affiliate marketing. And people sign up to buy prop firm accounts and so on through his link or his course and so on, his memberships, that sort of thing, right? So he's profitable from the trading world by getting money from people who are trying to learn. But from actual trading, like he gets on a trade and he long-term knows where the market is going to go over and over and over, week to week to week. Yeah, I don't think so. But he uses ICT concepts. So instead of learning from TJR, go and watch ICT. It's going to be boring. ICT is not a very fun guy in terms of his teachings. His videos are really long. Literally like an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours long sometimes. But you will get a lot of content and you will get a lot of knowledge. And if you are serious about trading, like eventually you either are going to put it together, or again, I'm giving you like legit free knowledge on my model that people have paid me for. But not only that, like I've showcased them live on stream for 2 months now straight. It's almost 3 months now, I think. I don't know. I think I started streaming on February, early February, I think. I don't know. But I've showcased them how to pass the challenge live. I've showed them how to get the payout from that account also live with all my trades in a row. Nothing edited, nothing Photoshop, like straight up live in front of them. So it's irrefutable that whatever I'm teaching them works. So, you know, go to ICT, and then if it still doesn't make sense and you need guidance on how to put it together, then I would definitely suggest to watch my free series, because it's, I mean, yeah, it's definitely what I believe is the best way to trade. But I'm biased to that opinion, of course, because it's my model and it's what I worked on and it's what I trade every day with. So of course I'm going to be biased. This is the thing that makes me profitable. So of course I'm going to be like excited and raving about it. But I'm not charging you, so you know, at least that would show you that I'm being genuine about it. Man, that GC trade cooked. It absolutely cooked. Thing literally went to like, if I would have gotten tagged on that thing, oh my gosh. I don't even want to go and look at the R. Yeah, it was 10R. Yeah. You're good, man. Thank you. I have to go, but I'll go and watch ICT in your videos. But I have a question. Do you have a Discord where I can contact you? I promise I won't bother you over questions. Yeetsies, yeah, I do have a Discord. But the Discord I'm a member of, it's not a free Discord. People paid a membership to be able to get in that community. And then the people I talk to or mentor inside of that community also paid me money to be mentored by me specifically. I closed all submissions for now. Well, I don't know how long I'm going to do that for. Maybe I'll reopen it back up because a lot of people keep asking. So I don't know if I should open it back up or something. But as of now, it's closed. So the best way is just going to be here on YouTube. I'll be live streaming every single day from 7 a.m. until whenever I'm done with the markets. So yeah, you can always just, you know, ask here on stream and I'll be more than happy to answer. Or he teach for 10 minutes and have a video for 2 hours for his personal life. Yeah, exactly. Like literally that's what ICT does. But to be fair, some of the stuff that he be dropping when he's talking about random crap, like honestly, some stuff is good. Some stuff really is life lessons, in my opinion, that it might not help you right now. But the more I think about it, he has said many things that I go like, man, that doesn't matter or whatever. But the more experience I get in trading, I'm like, man, I should have listened to ICT when he talked about, you know, if I'm not good on my mental health, man, like maybe I should take a break. Or if I'm leveraging more than I need to, like I need to walk away. Maybe like all that stuff that I'm like, nah, that's not for me. The more experience I get and the more profitable I become, I'm like, yeah, I should have listened to that 5 years ago and I would have hit profitability a lot faster. All right, stream. Have a good day. All right, UT. See ya. Hold up. Somebody messaged me. Also, yeah, like, bruh, I know the stop loss on this hasn't gotten taken, but seeing the trade, like, if I got on that trade again, look, My entry would have been here, okay, for the third bullet. Again, I said why I'm not, I wouldn't be, but if I got on that, can you imagine being on this trade since already, what's that, 50 minutes ago? And it just keeps going higher, higher, higher and trickling up to your stop. And it's your third bullet, meaning you already lost on this side 2 times. Yeah, that would definitely have me in shambles. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know that we'll go like this for the rest of the day. I think we'll go like that for a while, but I do believe it's gonna end up drawing higher eventually. But all right, everybody, it's 11:30. It really didn't do anything after the fact. I really thought we were gonna get a little bit more animated after I got stopped out the second time, but it just hasn't done anything after that. So I'll be getting off here. I will be back on Monday. I'm likely, I mean, I only have $50 left worth of drawdown, so I'm very, very likely gonna have to get another Tradify account and then start the challenge all over again. So yeah, you guys will probably see that next week. For that, I will be sorry, I'll probably do something similar to what I did on the Discord with the students, where I post every, well, no, I wouldn't be able to post every trade because I would take them every day on live, but if I'm taking a trade outside of the live stream because it's the afternoon or whatever, I guess I could do it on the recap for today. Yeah, I guess I could do that. Okay. On the nightly recaps that I do, I'll explain the day, I'll break down the day, and then I will just say I took this trade or I took that trade and then show like a little screenshot of it. So you guys can see how I passed the eval again. And then for the fun that I can, I'll just do the same thing. But yeah, anyways, all right. Thank you everybody for stopping by the stream. We'll be back on Monday. Look forward to the review tonight because I'll talk about price action here. Price action here was actually quite good. If you trade a London section, honestly, you would be up a lot of money today already. So yeah, there's a lot to talk about here, which was good. That's why there's a bunch of fibs. So I'll be breaking that down on stream today. I mean, not on stream, sorry, on the recording forum tonight.